All right, and here we go. Holy moly, it's going to be a big one. But of course, we have to start off with the horse race. Ladies and gentlemen, who's it going to be? Is it going to be the 7-time all-timer? Is it going to be Dylan Theus? Dylan Theus, the one to unseat, the champion, the beast of burden. He probably doesn't want to be called that. I probably should think these names through before they start spewing out of my face. If you guys ain't never been to one of these before, I'm on an ongoing quest to rebuild this entire studio as an extension of my mind and body. We've learned a lot about the way neurons fire, about the way the human brain works, the way you can, remap everything in your world. What we're going to learn about today is the horror that is a power surge on a UPS, an uninterruptible power supply that is, turns out after 4 or 5 years, the batteries on a UPS give out and they stop, protecting you from power surges. So right before the Weird Things podcast on Friday, I went live, or was about to go live. Justin came over. We were going to do everything in studio. Actually, to tell this story right, first of all, shouts out to Ryan. By the way, everybody report how many times you won the first time award. Dylan, you got to be, Dylan's not even here. Oh, he's going to see this later. Hey, Wizard, yeah, we're live. You know we are. Hey, The Muth. Hey, Hungry Mexican. Hey, Ben Pebbles. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Roberto. Hey, Jesse. Hey, Flying Car 100. Norm! Norm, can I talk about you? Can I talk about my deep affection for our friendship? Or should that wait until Founders Day? because I can keep my mouth shut if you don't want me to talk about it. Okay, so no, it's Saturday night, and I'm about to go to bed, and it's like 11:07. Little email. Let me just take one more lap on the email. And Norm is one of the long timers. As a matter of fact, here, let me see if I can. This is going to be more complicated this time because for reasons that we're about to explore. There we go. Norm's name is. See if we can find this somewhere on this beautiful beast. So as an OG founder, I noticed those names in my email feed. And I see Norm writing me at 11 p.m. on a Saturday. I'm like, oh dear, this must be important. So I open it up, and like the first line is like, I am drunk. Are we friends? We're not friends. and it's like, I don't know. I told my kid we're friends, but I felt like a fraud when I said it. And I said, we are friends, Norm. I look forward to seeing you. Please tell your children that we are cool friends. It was really great. It was really a sweet moment, to be honest. Less sweet was the fact that, I guess here's the spoiler alert, I lost a lot of the work, like most of the work on the software side of things. Power Surge came in just before the Weird Things podcast, and at first, it looked an awful lot like the entire computer was hosed. When I turned on the computer, it would do nothing but keep on doing that discovering new device sound, the boo-doo-doo, 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 and monitors were flickering. And if I tried to move the mouse, I could get maybe 3 seconds before it would snap back to the middle. And did a bunch of reboots and everything. And I was like, well, I can't even. Like, as far as troubleshooting goes and teching things out, I was like, I don't have any. Hey, Brian, thanks for stopping by, man. Don't be a stranger. We're in the middle of rebuilding after a catastrophic power surge. How are you, my good friend? Oh, I just realized I could turn on this. There we go. We could do that right there. So I started, and look, you guys know I got started in IT. You guys know that I did tech support back in the day. And so I'm no slouch when it comes to teching things out. And a lot of times you kind of hope that the system's okay and you could deal with a little fudging. But I realized, oh crap, this computer, this hub might be compromised. So I need to find out hardcore what's up. So first thing I thought was, oh dear God, please don't let it be the GeForce RTX 3080. So I went around, did a little inventory on the other computers. The editing PC had the exact same video card. So I physically swapped out the 2 video cards, and the exact same problem manifested here. Now, at this point, I'm like, well, shit, if I'm doing an inventory, if I'm figuring out what's what, then I might as well start running PC Mark on everything. So I download PC Mark 10. I guess I don't know why we're on the quad shot on this. You know what? We're on the quad shot because I want to give you a sense of space. That's right. I'm giving you space. However, I would like to arrange the quad shot in a way that's more congruent with my face being in the upper right-hand corner. So forgive me 1 second. I'm going to change a bot 4 and bot, actually bot, I'll swap bot 3 and bot, oh, nope, I shouldn't have done that. Now it's a bot mitzvah. Heyo, bot 4, bot 1, bot 2. There we go. That looks all right, right? Yeah, that'll do. So, you know what? And I'm going to save that change. So first thing I needed to check out was, please don't let it be the video cards. I swap it out and I run the possibly damaged card. I run it through its paces on PC Mark. I know I should have used 3D Mark, but whatever. I was just in the headspace of go fast. And everything checked out over on the editing PC. Definitely not the video card. Hooray. Yeah. And so meanwhile, Bonnie is like, well, what's going on? I'm like, well, you see how the monitors are all flashing and flickering? And you hear that do-do-do in the cursor and all that. And she's like, yeah. She goes, well, could it be the monitor? And I was like, well, that would be unlikely because like a monitor is just a dumb device that receives signal from the computer. It more likely, at this point, I'm thinking it's the USB bus because the USB bus is running what, 5 volts, I think. It's or whatever, electric talk. It's running current, so I suppose it's more susceptible to a power surge problem. And so the next morning, this is Saturday morning, I get up and I go, in all of Austin, we only have 1 actual computer shop left. We lost Fry's Electronics. We had a Micro Center somewhere near here for a couple of minutes. Best Buy no longer carries anything real. We got a little place called Alltex Electronics that is up on the north side of town. So I gamble. I'm like, okay, I'm going to gamble that it's the USB bus because I could shut that down at the BIOS level. And so I drive all the way, an hour and change up and an hour and change down. And around this time, I notice, I guess a video is spiking. Seems like a lot of views are coming in for a random short that we did. Okay, cool. And so, by the way, spoiler alert, turns out it's the biggest spike in any YouTube channel's history that I've ever been part of. In 20 years, I've never seen a spike like the last 2 days, but we'll get to that because what a time for that to happen too. So I get the USB card, the only one they have. It's USB 3. It's got 4 ports. And I think, well, if the USB bus is damaged on the main PC, then at the very least, I could get limping along. The problem, you can't put the bot cameras on a hub because they all want their own dedicated bandwidth. But I'm looking at 4 channels, 5 gigabits per channel. I'm like, okay, I think we could do this. And so I get home and I'm like, at least I could tech everything out. So I do that. I plug it in. I disable all of the USB at the BIOS level, turn it on. And then my friend Brady, who is like, Brian, I've seen weirder things. It literally could be that your mouse or keyboard got damaged in the power surge. Good point. So I run off. I go and I swap out the mouse and the keyboard just in case, because by God, I am under the gun. We only have so much time. And so come on back. And nope, it's not the mouse, not the keyboard. And then finally, I unplug everything. Then I go to the BIOS and I disable all the devices so that the only audio I'm getting is from the HDMI on you can see it over there. Here, if you look in the lower right, that's me at the wall unit over there. So it's like the mixer's no longer on there. Everything's off. And yet, and the flashing and all that stuff. And then I think, I think to myself, well, wait, I wonder if it's that monitor or that the wall TV, because it has a sound device on it. Maybe the wires have gotten gnarly or something. And so as I'm getting ready to test stuff out, I unplug one of these. I unplug one of these, and it is blessedly silent. And I was like, what? What just happened? So I plug it back in, and then I reboot, and everything seems fine for a little bit. And I'm like, oh, I got it. I got it. And then I start reinstalling software. I get some, sorry, left out one little tidbit. As part of the burn it to the ground, nuke it from orbit strategy, I definitely did the reset this PC, full nuke everything. Don't worry, all of the data was fine. Like the D drive and the E drive were fine. But I'm like, at an OS level, it has been half a decade since this computer's gotten a complete wipe. You know what? I just rebuilt everything. I'm certain that all of the important files are on the D and the E drive. Besides, I can't go 10 whole seconds without this thing freaking out on me, flashing and flickering and everything. And so, spoiler alert, I did nuke all of my presets in there. It did save them to the C drive, which is a crime against humanity. Don't do anything you care about on your main OS drive. That is sacred territory. And any program that defaults to program files, shame on you. Because when I nuke a thing, I don't want to archive all the barnacles from the dead, crusty ship that couldn't move anymore. If I wanted to nuke it, I want to nuke it. So I do. I nuke it, and then now we're all the way caught up to the possibility, the tantalizing possibility, that it's not a problem with the OS, that it's not maybe a problem with the motherboard, that it would be something in the wiring to one of the monitors. So I unplug a monitor, and there's one monitor that, I'm not kidding you guys, it took me 2 days to find this out, but one monitor, while it's running, runs great. But when it goes to sleep, or I don't know what you call, I guess mutes, stops showing something, when it comes back, it gets irascible and keeps on doing the disconnecting, reconnecting thing, which is why all of the displays would flicker off and then flicker on and then flicker off and flicker on, because every time you connect a monitor or a projector, you guys have been there, that's exactly what it does. So congrats, I guess, found that out. So instead of the little monitor, I had to look around. I'm like, what else do I got? So I got this hilariously gigantic monitor that is a little bit gaff tape on there. Like 2 of the mounting screws kind of fit in there. The bottom 2 don't, but it's very light and it's very gaff taped on there. We'll see. We'll see if that sticks around. I'm not entirely sure. But so the important part is we get it isolated to this monitor. And then this morning, so yesterday I was supposed to get all of this done, but if you're unfamiliar, it's South by Southwest time, and South by Southwest, all of the internet comes to my backyard. They all discover breakfast tacos. They all discover Austin, live music, and that stuff. So there's no shortage of old friends. I went to the Dig Nation Live event, which was a treat. Any of you guys who are the real ones, the long timers, the old schoolers, the folks who were there at the Big Dig Shindig in Austin, Texas at Stubbs Barbecue in 2008, when I had like peak polished chrome-like magic show rocking, it was really like a family reunion. Whole bunch of faces that I knew from a whole long time ago. All there. Hey, Marcus. By the way, this is new to me, guys. The whole super chat thing, this means a lot. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm about 6 months into really polishing everything up so we can spend a lot more time together. And I've heard about stuff. I've heard the legends of super chats like Marcus did. I ain't never had a taste of none of that. I'd like it because I'd like to do more of what we're doing right now. Marcus asks, hey, Brian, do you know where I can find old episodes of Scam School? Yeah, as a matter of fact, here, I'll take you guys on a tour. For those of you guys, and this is part of the reason that I decided to share This miserable effing part of the journey where you're going to tediously watch me redo every little Jeep chop and cleep clop. And then all the while, you're going to watch me agonizingly build it wrong when I had it figured out the first time correctly. Doesn't matter. But while all this is happening, we have, without a doubt, the biggest, hugest day in online. You know what? Here, I don't usually flex because I don't have much to flex about. It's like watching, I don't know. Here, let's do YouTube Studio. Hang on. There we go. Oh, this is the wrong channel. What's going on here? What's really going on there, Metaloid Maniac? Let's go to the Modern Rogue. Flippin' Zero, thank you so much, man. That's fantastic. Okay, so here, I'll share. We'll do a little peeksy under the hood here. Under the Analytics tab, look at this. Look at this. I was not prepared for this. Nothing to 10 million views. We've never had a big spike in that. Also, this is always curious to me. Everyone always thinks there's crazy money. This maybe covers internet and electricity and some stuff, but I would like it to cover the real bills, which is why I am e-begging right now. However, actually, this is probably closer to tech cam-boying, question mark? I don't know. There's a little bit of a lurid aspect to this. Radical honesty. It's like I'm showing my naughty bits, except for they're not naughty bits. I don't know. But super chat. Anyway, so while the studio breaks down and needs to be completely Rise of the Phoenix, that's while this is happening, and it was really extraordinary. And my favorite part here, I'll show you my very favorite part. Actually, we'll go and go. Let's go to. Nope, we got to go to content. Oh, I probably shouldn't be showing some of this because I don't know if I'm flashing upcoming stuff. But I'll show you my favorite thing. And this is another modality for real communication that I hadn't really considered, which is, so one of the tricks that I always try to do, this is magician thinking around corners with the system, is, okay, where is things naturally happening and where can I map story onto it? And I've discovered a little piece of the puzzle here, which was with the massive traffic coming in, one person happened to say in all caps, is that the guy from the old Bar Magic prank channels? Whatever. Like the joy was so sincere that I realized at first I just responded, oh, you mean Scam School? Yeah, that's me. And then it occurred to me that, oh, wait, everybody could see this. And so I know this is YouTube 101 stuff. I know this is weird for you guys to hear, but I am exactly 6 months into trying to be a YouTuber. I am still learning and I need your help because it's been a lot of fun and I want to do a lot more, but there's a lot of best practices that have changed that I'm just not aware of, because originally I always thought that YouTube would be a step to getting on TV, and I got on TV. Spoiler alert, heavily regulated, tightened Hollywood systems, kind of a big old pain in the bone. No way, I was gonna say pain in the boner, but there's no way you could maintain an erection in the face of that kind of bureaucracy. At any rate, so I am shocked. I changed this yesterday, and 10,000 likes. That was feel good. I like that. So, and that's why I guess again to clarify, that's why rather than just quietly moping and fixing this, I was like, you know what? Let's invite everyone. Let's own the fact that I got halfway through rebuilding this this beautiful biplane. Biplane? I'm trying to think of that Dennis Quaid remake movie where they took the plane and rebuilt it. That's what I'm doing. Or The Martian, or Robinson Crusoe. But the point is, I almost had it, by God, and losing all of my presets was a setback. And now we're all the way caught up to the part where we answer, I have to roll back to see it, Marcus's question, where can I see all the Scam School videos? In fact, actually, if somebody's asking me that, that's probably a good indication that I should make a video about it. I can't believe I didn't think this. I got to write this down before, because I'm memento in real life. Hold on. There we go. Okay. How to find scam school apps. Another thing I was thinking of doing is, like at this point, because I have 20 years of content, I think I might be in the curious position of being able to do react videos to my own videos, which reminds me a bit of the director's commentary, the director's commentary for Easy Rider. Dennis Hopper's on, and you just hear his audio on there, but you're watching Easy Rider, and the whole director's commentary with Dennis Hopper is him saying, "Wow, I don't remember any of this. That's pretty. That's nice." So, okay, so to Marcus's question, which I'm answering because I am a courteous and kind host, here's what you do. First of all, anybody who's been out of the loop for a minute, I guess I could talk about this. It's been a minute. So in the beginning, Scam School was a show and an idea that I pitched to Revision 3 in 2007. Revision 3, if you don't know, was a bunch of orphans from Tech TV. Tech TV got bought by G4 and proceeded to change Tech TV, which meant a lot of people got fired and reshuffled. Other people didn't like it. It didn't do very well. It eventually became other things. But along that path, a bunch of folks wanted to make a tech-centric network called Revision 3. There you go. Hey, man. And they... the idea would be kind of like Tech TV. And I had done appearances on Tech TV. I was on Martin Sargent's Unscrewed and a couple others. I was a big fan. And I pitched them the idea because I did an inventory of like, okay, what do I have? And I had already started YouTubing. So I had a bunch of episodes of Brian Brushwood on the road. But the best ones were the ones where I were teaching classic bar tricks. And so I took a bit of those and I approached Jim Louderback. And actually, first I reached out to Martin Sargent. He was in charge of comedy at Revision 3. And I said, what about a show about social engineering? Now, secretly, I was like, it's going to be magic lessons. But I will never admit that these are magic lessons because that wasn't cool. What was cool was being the social engineer, the cool guy, the manipulator, the brain hacker of other humans' flawed wetware. And so I put together the pitch for Scam School, and I dubbed it the only show dedicated to social engineering at the bar and on the street. And in theory, but in theory, this is why I shouldn't read the chat because it breaks my chain of thought. In theory, it could be anything that I was going to teach on Scam School. Spoiler alert, it always ended up being magic tricks. But they owned all of that, and they fostered a bunch of shows. And then there was a brief moment that Revision 3 thought they were competing against YouTube. So they didn't have anything on the YouTube channel, or there was anything on there. So then it came to YouTube. I think in 2009 is when the channel launched, just last month, and things went on and on and on. And at some point, there was a rebrand in order so that we had a distinct intellectual IP. So Scam School became Scam Nation, so that I could own everything. And so you'll notice if you go to youtube.com/scamschool, this is a long-winded answer. youtube.com/scamschool. Here's how you watch all of the old videos. Which, there we go. So if you go to youtube.com/scam school, I didn't change the name because I didn't know how much I loved Scam Nation. I liked the word because it sounded like damnation. But then, then there was a bunch of nations out there. So I haven't touched it. You only get one coupon to change the name with YouTube. Oh, look at this. Some of you guys know this is a big deal that I'm able to make this kind of switch so fast. Look at that. Just on the fly, as if I've been switching for a very long time. But you only get one coupon to change the URL, and I wasn't going to spend it until I knew exactly what it wanted to be. But if you go to youtube.com/scam school, just go down to the videos tab, and you can sort by latest. But what you guys want to do is sort by oldest. And if you sort by oldest, there we go. You'll see this is when they first launched the channel. We just dumped a whole bunch of episodes all at once. And so, man, there's some great gold. Look at that. This is actually Jim Louderback's kid who did a homegrown version of a Scam School episode. But it's really fun to go back and figure out new twists or relevant alternatives on this. Only now do I realize what a crazy thing it was in a time of YouTube to, obviously we wanted this to be a TV show. So we did 3 camera shoots actually out at the bars. And part of the style guide was I insisted that they all be regular people. There's Mauricio, who's in town. They all be real people. And most importantly, there had to be a segment where they were able to prove to me that they were able to learn the trick, because within magic circles, exposure is frowned upon, as you guys have heard, the Alliance. And one definition of the difference between exposure and teaching is when the lesson is over, can you perform the trick? If you can't perform the trick, clearly that was a lesson and not a exposure. If instead you've just had the secret ruined for you and you're told to go out and buy some props and blah, 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 well, then clearly that's exposure. Apparently not a lot of magicians had considered some of these things. Apparently I was one of the deepest thinking magicians in the land. And there was a couple of online pitchforks and mobs here and again. Every so often I would teach a trick that either A, I would find out after the facts that something was presented as though it belonged to somebody, but in fact it wasn't. And so there's a bunch of negotiation to make sure everybody is happy on that. This is true for anybody who publishes anything in magic. But I had a curious moment a few weeks ago when we were doing one of the Scam Session episodes, and the magicians who brought these really clever ideas, I always do the dance. I'm like, hey, how far back does this go? What can you trace on the provenance on this? Is there any living creator who either owns the rights to this or is the creator of it? And if it, goes back 100 years and it's like, no, it's in this book and I'm the one who came up with the idea of doing it with coasters instead of a cummerbund or whatever the difference is, then in that case, it gets to be, on the channel. But in this case, I was asking them to trace the provenance and they were like, well, I think this, that, and I'm hearing stuff from like 10, 15 years ago. And I'm like, no, that's pretty recent. And then I look and then it hits me. These magicians are in their mid-20s, and 15 years ago, they were babies. Sorry, all love Giancarlo. They're babies. And as a result, like I was the old man authority of where tricks came from and what was in and out of bounds, which is very weird. To be the guy who is always skirting, playing the game from the sides, and instead I realized, oh crap, I'm the authority on it. But it was really great. It was a great moment. And I hope I answered your question about how to see all the old episodes. Also, if you're not a subscriber, why don't you go and subscribe over at Scam Nation. That's at Scam School. It's the OG channel. One of the benefits of having the 2 channels is I'm trying to suss out what the difference in the 2 voices are between Modern Rogue and Scam School, Scam Nation. And as you guys, this is some galaxy brain stuff happening. As you guys know, in 2012, when I created the online store Scam Stuff, Gear for the Mono Rogue, I put the tagline, Gear for the Mono Rogue on there. And then I spent literally years thinking about, okay, what is the ultimate mono rogue? And then I came up with the archetypes of the gentleman, the gentleman, warrior, and scoundrel. And that served as the template for everything that we started doing on Mono Rogue. And I realized that Scam School, Scam Nation, that's all the scoundrel over there. So thinking sneaky around systems, whether it be hacking, manipulating other people, massaging memories, that kind of thing. That's all the sneaky stuff. And I like keeping it there. So magic and so on. And then Mono Rogue is kind of more present tense, shorts notwithstanding, because there are different rule sets for what you do for different types of content. So in general, if you're digging the stuff that you're seeing, some of you guys are here from shorts. Some of you are just discovering that Mono Rogue is a channel. Just know that Mono Rogue, the video feed, will always be the most polished of material. What I'd like is for Scam Nation to be just that's the reason we're building this studio out, is that is going to be just lots of iteration. Some of you guys know that part of this 6-month audit, stem to stern, has been that I've had to learn 3-4 different editing suites. I've had to tighten this production pipeline so that I could, from beginning to end, do everything. And I believe in 20 years, this video is this recent, let's do latest, there we go. This recent video is the very first time I've ever created full stop everything, including, depending on how you squint, I don't know where you're at when it comes to using AI assets, including writing the prompts to create the background music and all of that stuff. So that was a real trip. I don't have the bandwidth to make everything as homegrown as that, but that's a huge part of what I aspire to do, is to not be trapped in any kind of structure where there's a bunch of black boxes around me. If something interesting happens, I want to make it the shortest trip possible to get my thoughts, messages, whatever, interesting things to you guys. But there's an awful lot of learning that had to be done to make that happen. So now hopefully we're at the place where we can start doing interesting stuff and start ramping up the depth of the operation as well. Speaking of which, if you're unfamiliar, here's my whole business plan. I write interesting and polished stories, and I give them to the world in the form of Mono Rogue, Scam School, Scam Nation, and World's Greatest Con. If you're not doing World's Greatest Con, get that into your ear holes. It is, Justin Robert Young is a damn wizard of production. It is the most polished storytelling that I'm deeply, deeply proud to be part of. I make stories, and then I use best practices on YouTube, I show up on Facebook and TikTok and that stuff. I don't love it, but that hopefully connects the two of us. And hopefully if I do it well, I earn a good reputation. I earn good real estate. And then at that point, I try to harvest that into action. Harvest makes it sound like you guys are meat puppets or something. You're so much more than that. But basically convert the goodwill and excellent reputation into, hopefully, if I'm going to put it crass, eventually I hope all of you buy lockpicks at Scam Stuff. But that's what funds everything. And that's worked very, very well until a little thing called the pandemic. And have you heard of it? So pandemic kind of made everything topsy-turvy. Because it was raining ad dollars, I had to shovel all the ad dollars into production, which subverted the reliable focus on the online store stuff. And it's interesting because the pandemic obviously was an earthquake to everybody's operation, but different people felt the proximate impact at it at different times. And I probably hit the peak of the pandemic impact at the end of 2023, but I couldn't make any important changes because I had made a very deep, sincere promise to the 999 most important people on the planet. I'm talking about the Founders Club. These people showed up and made everything possible. And I made an oblique reference to the fact that there was 5 years from opening ceremonies, there was going to be a total solar eclipse. And the idea of having a big gathering at a former nudist colony cult compound while the sun got eaten by the moon would be freaking amazing. So I white knuckled to make that happen. And that event was incredible. If you guys haven't heard, we got the incredibly talented George Schraub to play the entirety of Dark Side of the Moon, timed down to the very second of the total solar eclipse. So he got to the very last line, you know, that last track, Eclipse, where it's like, you know, and all that you touch and all that you feel and all that you buy, beg, borrow, and steal. And it all led up to that one line, but the sun is eclipsed by the moon. Total totality with cloud cover, black as night. It was insane. And unfortunately, and it was great that we had the art because it was cloudy. And then I hear this wave of screams happening, and I turn around, and sure enough, by God, the universe conspired for our success. The cloud broke open, and just that perfect ring of totality shone out. It was legit, like a life-changing, magical moment. And I'm very proud of it. However, afterwards, I cratered. I was, I don't know, 30, 35 pounds overweight. You can see it. I'm pretty fat. And so I got to work on, okay, where are we going now? What does it look like now? And to be honest, first thing is, you know, take care of my health. I got up, started getting up at 5:30 a.m. I'm now one of those weirdos that runs 45 miles every morning. And taking a cool, calculated assessment of what's around me, I was like, well, all things being equal, I'm well positioned on YouTube. I have an astonishing back catalog. Whatever that is, that's going to be a valuable asset. And I should probably look into what it looks like if I just acted like a YouTuber. So I spent some time figuring out, like, okay, the advantages of playing the YouTube game are that it's very, very nimble, very svelte. You get to pivot very quickly. And as long as I like the fact that it's personality driven, that it's authentic, give or take, that it is sincere, and that there's a depth of interaction. I also like the fact that YouTube is essentially a meritocracy, for good or for ill. It's becoming an efficient market, but it's better than Facebook, where Facebook is perpetually saying, hey, nice fan base. It'd be a real shame if nobody ever saw your posts. And meanwhile, TikTok is like, oh, hey, you want to be an internet sensation? Great. Here's 1 million views. Was that fun? Okay, see you in a month when you're about to quit. And then it gives you nothing. There's only one star of TikTok, and that's TikTok. Whereas YouTube, it really is the kind of place where it's slow to grant success, but it's also slow to take it away. And especially, you know, in a world where everyone wants to chase flashy, shiny trends, YouTube is resistant to that, and I like it. And the more I've played around with the interface, the more clear it is a masterpiece of design. If anybody's looking to get ahead in YouTube, here's a spoiler alert. If it is important, there is a tab for it. Why is there a live tab? Probably because they'd like you to go live. Why is there a shorts tab? Probably because they'd like you to post a short. Why is there a posts tab? Probably because they'd like you to make posts. If you give yourself over to their system, first of all, always be diversified, because part of the reason that we've been able to weather storms has been because of the email list. You guys will notice for coming on 20 years now, I've been doing a free giveaway every single week, and they're real free giveaways. But that email list and the customer base is the lifeblood of everything. Having that ability to reach out and talk to 100,000 people makes all the difference on the planet. Those of you who get the emails know that I make it a point to be as authentic as I can, which is why they swing wildly from very professional announcements of new products to, yo, so anyway, here's a funny video. That's it. Or here's a picture of my family. I took a big bet early on that being authentic would pay off. And I don't know about the paying off part, but we're definitely at the part where a lot of people are showing up, and that part's good. So now's the part where I have to be good, show up every single day, and make stuff happen. Checking in with the chat, see a lot of excellent names. Hawk Worley gave me this totem, which I carry every single day. This was at the Eclipse event. He made a Brian Brushwood coin. Some of you guys will recognize this as the Devil's coin that I held up. And there's the sigil for a very, very special day. Only one Vesta board, Burger. I had looked at getting two, but I'm glad I didn't, because now we're at the part. The great thing about spending 6 months doing a stem to stern audit is that there is now not one single spot in the entire operation that is opaque to me. I can now do every single, well, except for some of the store stuff. The store stuff is the next part that I need to learn how to do everything myself on, because it's, I'm certain the store has now been through enough hands that I'm certain that there's a lot of things that we're doing that were just inherited, that none of us know why we're doing it. But everybody doing it is not going to make a major change without checking with me. And I've been deflecting while I've been doing the audit, basically saying, you're right, we should get to that. Annalisa, I apologize. Jacob Merrill, you are a saint. Nathan, you're new here, so I'm not really counting you on that part of the thing. But so that'll be the next part that's coming in. But, Annalisa is reminding me that we are 26 days to the Founders Day picnic. It's going to be a smaller one this year, but boy, is it going to be special. It's going to be a lot more intimate. I think we've only sold 50 tickets. I would guess that we're only going to have about 100 people, which means 100 to 150 people is ideal, because we're doing a concert with the Possum Posse of Guy on a Buffalo fame. And we'll be doing comedy podcast. We have our friends from Ice Cream Social who are going to be there. We've got we're going to be doing Great Night with Justin Robert Young. By the way, I hope you guys are enjoying getting to know Great Night. It is, if you've seen Doctor Who, it's always Doctor Who, right? But then something, we're going to shake things up, and then a new doctor shows up. Justin Robert Young and I have been doing versions of this comedy show since 2009. The long-timers have seen us become close friends. They've seen us melt down on air. They've seen us capture our best moments and convert them into #1 charted Billboard comedy albums. And they've seen a lot of different faces of the show. In the early days, it was about kind of like what's happening right now. This is oddly familiar territory to anybody who's been around long enough. Brian is still testing a camera, trying to see if he can get away with this. So far, nobody's caught him yet. Nobody's figured it out. And then we got on a network. We got on the This Week in Tech network, twit.tv. And then, so we had to rethink our shtick as something approachable. We had shenanigans. We had a lot of adventures. It was a lot of fun. And then we went independent. We went with Night Attack because we wanted to be able to curse on air. We wanted more flexibility to go long and step outside of the rigid structures. Basically, instead of outward-facing, generally approachable content, we wanted to focus more on our hardcore audience. And then Justin moved to Austin, and suddenly it was like, oh my God, we can have Fight Club every night. And so we built out the delightful, gaudy stage set, complete with, here, let me see if I can do this. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And then look at this on the fly. Like I've been doing this for years. Zoop. There we go. Sorry, you could tell this camera's trapped in a box. It's got the teleprompter there. And it was great. It was great. It's like a live comedy show stage set simulator. And so now we're sort of, I'll put on the quad shot. And so we're rethinking the comedy podcast. Now I'm starting to, because I've been going live on Modern Rogue, then it makes sense for the live content to be on there. However, whereas Night Attack was, I don't want to say openly hostile to new folks, I will say that Night Attack had dense lore, and we made no apologies for just like, hey man, you're the one who showed up 5 years late. We're just gonna keep on doing this stream of consciousness nonsense, and it's on you guys to to catch up. But it was not terribly approachable for discoverability, as they say in grown-up media landscapes. And neither was Night Attack, or neither was Great Night as the stand-up stage show either. And now we're coming. Some of you guys have seen that we've got, you know, the round table, and we're making it more approachable. I feel like that project needs a called shot, a mission, a good story. Like the name alone identifies something interesting, that the world is broken and you're here to fix it. A good quest is very specific, and yet, like Zeno's arrow, can never quite be reached. That's why like the best name for a show ever is Mythbusters, because it does two things. You're like, oh, are there myths? Oh, but you're going to bust them. Thank goodness. It both is the problem and the solution. Same thing. We did the same thing with Scam School. What? There are scams? Oh, but you're going to school me. Good. Or another one is like when it's done right, a good title is kind of a fractal image of the entire project. Like, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Let me guess, is this a book about men and women being different and how they're different and ways to communicate? I assume that's what it is, because that's as far as I know about that book. But luckily, it's all I need to know about that book. So, Marcus is saying 8 equals D. If you know, you know. I wonder if he's making a reference to the way back of Bone Earth. That was a great bit. Speaking of which, I don't know if I've shared this story recently. Let's do this. Nope, that was the wrong one. See, all of these are wrong, and I need to make them right. Nope, it's 1. That's what it is. There we go. So if you look on this Founders Day plaque, the Founders Club plaque, the very first name on there is at symbol at spelled out AT underscore symbol underscore spelled out. So at underscore is the first one, because it's alphabetical. And when David was putting all this together, you know, this is a big design problem to solve, is how do you get 999 names on one big plaque that's going to last for 3,000 years, which was the literal requirements that I gave, because the Founders Club coming together was one of the most precious moments of my entire life. But he eventually figured it out, and he arranged all the names. Took him a week. He was like, but okay, some of these are weird names, like at underscore. Do you really want me to put that on this plaque? And I said, did he donate to Founders Club? He's like, yes. I'm like, then it goes on the plaque. And then he comes back later and for the very, very last one, but in the corner, because it's a numeral, it's 8888 or 8 equals, and then spread out between equals is Alex. I forget the second part. Whatever. And then it says equals D. And he's like, okay, Brian, that's a dick. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, do you want this on this plaque, this $6,000 plaque? Because this very expensive plaque, do you want to draw a dick? And I'm like, did this person Did he donate to the Founders Club? Yes, he did. Great. Goes on the plaque. So at any rate, oh man, I've done really good at keeping track of the threads that led me to these moments until just now. This is my first misstep. At any rate, okay. But before we get to work, this was a hell of a intro segment before we get to our first ad break, pee break. Any questions before I go? I'm not going. I'm just going to run to the restroom and get another coffee. I'm sure somebody out there is saying, Brian, you just spoke nonstop for an hour straight. I think you're good on coffee. And you would not be wrong. Not quite an hour. I always wondered if I could do that. Well, here, we'll do this. I'm going to go get a coffee. Oh, what's the world's greatest con? Man, it's really a toss-up between season 1 and season 3. Oh, that's great. Marikai Melodies asks, what camera do I use? Or do I use? They want to start a channel eventually. Just curious. The quality is always great. To be honest, a lot of the polish that you see on our shows is thanks to the incredible post-production skills of Brant Hughes. The actual equipment is fairly dated Micro Four Thirds cameras. They're Lumix GH2s, GH3s, GH5s. If you don't mind, this is a crazy thing I'm about to tell you, but AI upscaling is so good now that if you just want good quality and you want to go, just buy 3 used Lumix GH2s. They're probably $150, $200 a piece. And you can buy fancier lenses for them and just do all of your production at 1080p across the board. And only at the very end, only on the very last step, after the product is all the way finished, then press the one button that'll upscale it to 4K. Now, we're in a gap. Eventually, people are going to be able, years from now, everybody's eyes will be a little more developed to catching artifacts. But for right now, nobody will be able to tell the difference for a few more months. But meanwhile, the speed of production, because all of your editing is going to go faster because they're smaller files, the recording is going to be faster to transfer. And most importantly, you're going to be getting those reps in, and reps are all that matters. Like in an alternate timeline, I'm probably farther down the road of fixing all these presets by not going live, but instead by going live. This is just another lap of doing something new and difficult for me, which is speaking as if it's a one mic radio show. Luckily, you guys are showing enough interest that the dopamine keeps me going. Let's see. Yep, there we go. T2T2 says, start with your phone. Once you should upgrade, then you know the answer. Yep, or you should upgrade when you know the answer. That is 100% true. If you go back to, I don't know, I guess in September, when I was like, okay, I got to learn every single bit of this whole thing. Started with, I upgraded my iPhone simply because I wanted to find out how much of the editing could be done on the iPhone itself. And you can watch those shorts. I did 32 shorts in the month of October. And unlike most shorts, including our own, they were not carved out from long form content. They weren't essentially advertisements that said, hey, go watch the longer video. They were, I'm just going to write a short just to be a short. And every day on my morning run, I would chase a thread. My favorite of these is the sexagesimal counting system one, which, I don't know, I should probably punch up and re-release now that we have a new audience showing up. But that was me while I was on a run asking ChatGPT, hey, what's up with, is there a metric second? And then chase that all the way down to the metric definition of, whatever, cesium decay being something to equal a second. I'm like, yeah, but why are there 60 seconds in a minute? And then, that rabbit hole eventually led down to there are 60 seconds in a minute because you have 3 knuckles on each of your fingers. And I'm like, what? And it's like, yeah, your interphalangeal crevices, the inside of your knuckles, is an easy counting system, and base 12 is highly divisible. And when you count this way, you can tick off seconds. Seconds roughly track to a heartbeat. And because of that, when you get to 60, by doing that's 12 times 5 fingers on one side, 12, counting to 12 on each of these, that ends up being a minute. And so I had the idea of like, oh, that'd be neat. What if there was like something nonsensical happening that it turns out just at the very end of the short, it revealed that this whole, here, I'll show you for those of you guys who didn't see it. There we go. We'll just do this. And then for reals, I'm going to move on. Let's do this. Why isn't time metric? Which is a misnomer of a title, I am aware. There we go. But I'm way proud of this particular short. I think it came out great. We decided that we should count everything with 12s. 12 things in a dozen. 12 12s make a gross. You ever counted a gross? Who would count a gross? Who did that? 5,000 years ago, the Sumerians in present-day southern Iraq figured out that your right and left hands each have 12 interphalangeal crevices. You got 12 knuckles on each hand. If you use your right hand for the singles digit and the left hand as a tens digit, you could get up to 12 12s or a gross. This is called the sexagesimal counting system, and it has the benefit of being uninterruptible. If you get distracted, you don't forget what number you're on. You look down at your fingers. In fact, you don't even have to look at your fingers. You can feel where you are. And here's the best part. If you take about 1 second to count each of the knuckles in your right hand, and if you use each of the fingers in your left hand to count the tens digits, you end up with 5 times 12 or 60, which is why there are 60 seconds in a minute. I thought that was pretty good. I was well pleased with that one, how that came out. I'm discovering, that's been a fun thing, is discovering the shape of a good story. Eventually we'll hit a point where I can give you guys the entire keynote speech that I'm working on about the bunny on the table, and begin with a gift. The whole thing boils down to everything that I've seen in YouTube is very familiar because it's the exact same game of how a magician does street performing. And that's how anybody could build their own online tribe. And it's sort of a, long timers know that I've been talking this way for a bit, but it's really weird. You turn 50 and you just want to start helping other people. So I'm entering that deconstructing what seems to have worked for me and figuring out how I can share that with the world. But for right now, I want to be selfish. Now I'm going to go take a leak and get more coffee. And then we're going to do the tedious work of remapping all of this. If you guys want to be helpful, if anybody can help me remember the tree that I ended up with, I think I was live when I figured out the advanced settings on these, but the only one that was backed up to the data drives was the very early one. So I really am going to have to tediously rebuild everything. Anyway, BRB. Oh, hello, Indaxter. Hello, Dr. Vile. Hello, Lane. Hello, Stepford. Hello, Norm. Hello, Sean. Hello, Limit. Do you need more? Okay. If you bring them, I'll sign them. No, I'll sign them if you bring them here. Yeah. Unless you guys who bought mystery boxes would like Bonnie's autograph, which I'm assuming most of you guys would. better than your boys. Let's see. Yeah, full OS reinstall. Checking in with the Diamond Club chat over at twitch.tv/nightattack. Yeah, thank you. You are the best person in the world. So we just did a run of mystery boxes, mystery jackpots, and people have been very, very patient. We ended up having a surprising number of orders, and I always take it very seriously whenever somebody, you know, trusts blindly. I always try to massively over deliver, and so it's taken us like a week and a half to get through 400 orders, because each one we have to figure out. Ostensibly, it's a scratch and dent sale of like merchandise, like for example, maybe a scam school book that I got halfway through making out to one person, but for whatever reason, now there's a signature on it to the wrong person. That kind of stuff. But so many people jumped in that the new challenge was, okay, how do we provide enough value where just undeniably it's a treat when you open it? And that takes a little bit more time. And so you'll see those of you guys who got a mystery jackpot that when you get yours, you'll find little notes all the way through the entire thing. Because one problem that we had in the past when we did the Mono Rogue mystery jackpot campaign was we included a letter that broke down all the, I don't know, it was like $120 of retail for $50 or something. But what I didn't count on, and what was really, really helpful, was I saw that somebody did an unboxing video of their Mono Rogue mystery jackpot. And I mean, this is why I realized this is why grown-up businesses have focus groups, is because you get more insight of how other people, like, you don't know what you don't know. And watching this person open it, and the first thing he did, because he's excited, and I understand it, is, you know, just take the letter that we wrote and set it off to the side. And the letter had all of this specific detailed stuff about, you know, make sure that this is special for this reason, that reason, and all that stuff. And it was like, oh, note. And then there was there was one moment where it was like a $30 magic trick. He just opened the envelope and goes, oh, fake lottery tickets, and then set it off to the side. And I was like, oh, ouch, ouch. Because that is, if you've seen, well, here, I'll show you guys. This is a pretty fun one. Let's see. I think it was scam stuff, lottery. Yeah. Oh yeah. So man, I forgot how good this one was. It's so great. Oh man, I'd forgotten all about this. This is a treat. All right, here we go. Oh, nope, here we go.
Yo, Brian, is that Tron, the bodacious new game of 2019?
Doggone right it is. Give me a high five. And another one.
Yeah!
Also, I'm touching
All
your
right,
face.
good to see you, yeah.
What you got for me, buddy?
Well, you know our buddy Alex Rangel, right?
Doggone right. Brings us all the best ideas to scamstuff.com. Gear for the modern rogue.
That is the same Alex Rangel that I was referring to. And he's got a great new original idea for scam stuff.
Well, lay it on me, bro.
Let me paint you a picture.
Yeah?
Imagine you're at a bar. It's packed. Everyone's there, like they always are, like they always will be. You've just done a bunch of tricks for your friends, and now you want to score a free drink.
So you just provided a whole bunch of entertainment value, and now's the part where you get to cash it in.
Exactly. You know those novelty lotto tickets where every scratch-off's a winner?
Yeah, I got one of those for Christmas once.
Imagine using this to score that free drink.
I mean, maybe, but this looks like it costs $5. It's got a dollar sign and everything.
Maybe it's $5, or maybe it's something spectacular. Why don't you get me the next round, and I'll give you whatever prize you win.
I mean, a drink is just a drink, but this lottery ticket could be anything.
It could be anything.
What can I get you?
Manhattan.
Here you go, bro. One Manhattan. To 2019.
Perfect. Let me get some of that, yeah. I'm gonna try that one again.
Oh, yeah. That's good. All right, we did that bit.
So you've got 6 circles here. Each one has a prize. Whichever prize you scratch off is the one you win. All you have to do is pick a number from 1 to 6.
3.
Okay.
Wait, nope. Four?
Completely fair choice.
3.
All right.
I'm gonna go with 3.
So 1, 2, 3. Well, hang on. This is your ticket. You go ahead and do it.
All right. And I get whatever I win.
Whatever is underneath there is what you win.
It says 1 hug. I mean, you got a drink, I get a hug. It's 2019. Hey, I wonder what I missed out on.
You know what? Let's see what you would have won if you had chosen one of the other ones.
I mean, what's better than a hug, right? Sports car?
You would have won a sports car?
I mean, what's a sports car compared to the optimism of everything that 2019 is gonna bring us?
I do give good hugs.
What about this one? Luxury cruise.
Oh, that would have been nice.
I mean,
Luxury cruise.
not as nice as a hug, though. I mean, here in 2019, when hugs are free.
Yeah, but in 2019, which it definitely is right now, cruises are definitely safe and fun.
$100,000 cash?
But you got a $100,000 hug.
I mean, I'm not mad. 100K would have been nice. Let me see what else I missed. Space trip. Space.
You love space.
Yeah. I would have loved to have gone to space.
Next time, pick 5.
I mean, what do I got to worry about? It's 2019. Anything's possible. All right, here we go. World peace.
Ooh, that would have been good. Better luck next time.
Dude, this is a great trick. It's something that makes somebody feel special. It subtly reveals that they're the sucker the entire time. And I love the fact that it's gonna cost each individual one less than what a drink would cost, right?
Exactly.
And of course, we've got a video revealing how to do the force that always gets them to the right spot on there. It's a classic force that always works. You and I know it as the hot rod force, but I love seeing it applied in something that is so universal, and there's some clever backups on the instruction side that allow everything to feel super legitimate. We're gonna make a mint on these. We're gonna be able to charge like $100 for 25 of these at a time, man.
Easy, easy.
2019, it's gonna be our year.
100%.
Oh my God. Yeah. So that's why. Oh my God. Oh yeah. So we're very proud of these, and we.
Hey, look at that.
Oh, there goes. Shush me. So there we go. Anyway, it was really heartbreaking when somebody opened up their mystery jackpot and just said, "Oh, fake lottery tickets," and tossed it to the side. So this time we're having to be very, very good about individual notation on there. Each item has a QR code that takes you directly to the video that explains everything. And like, for example, the box that it comes in, if you didn't know, you might not treat it with the love and respect that it deserves for reasons that will be clear to anybody who got a mystery jackpot. So, over on the Diamond Club chat, Nick with a C suggested I try ccleaner.com/Recuva, RECUVA. I can, but that's one of those where we have to make the gamble of just to get the presets. Would that be the bigger time investment, especially since what we really want ultimately is not it's not like a senior thesis or whatever. It's something that I could probably reconstruct in a couple hours. So it seems like I should just do that. But the part that I can't access right now and that I don't know offhand is what I did in terms of mainly, to be honest, if anybody happens to know where I put it, I remember the setup tree of there being an advanced tab. There was like basic mode and turbo mode for each of the things. And on turbo mode, I could do stuff like, I think there was a hue knob on them or something. Yeah. We'll see. Corn Pond Telephone says, I want one of the ones that Brian signed while he was doing something else. You know what? You got it. I could just watch the VOD, but I don't even know which episode it was in. I guess, you know what? We can explore. Is that too meta? Would that be too Inception? If live on the air, we went back and figured out the way I did it live on the air? That seems like something I could do. That's another thing that I realized that YouTube has really finally shown up on is the quality of the live streams. I think are quite good, and it doesn't have a lot of the last time I paid attention to the Twitch side of things, VODs were not a delightful video watching experience, whereas now, however many people watch live during a live stream, I think right now we've had 3,600 viewers come and go. But usually when it's done in posts, there's usually a doubling or tripling of number of total views, which tells me that there's a number of people out there who really are hungry for the kind of content that they could just turn on and have it be a chill hang. Although this has been definitely a hang. I don't know that the State of the Union address was all that chill. Daxter, it might have been. I think I think it was only 2 streams ago, 2 or 3, somewhere around the 2/3 mark. You should be able to find it. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Chapter 16, setting up advanced robot camera controls. All right. So here, I'll scrub through on that. I'm almost done with these. Nick with the C showed up over in the Rogues Gallery. Hello, Nick with the C. Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, historically, I'd always gone live just on Twitch. But now we are figuring out a way to serve everyone meet everyone where they are. So there's kind of 2 chats right now. And before everything melted down, thanks to that power surge, we did have it kind of set up where one of the chats on the teleprompter would be sort of just kind of a direct feed into my, like we had one chat where everyone was welcome to talk to each other, and then the other chat where it's like, if you want to put a message directly into Brian's brain, you could do that. There we go. Ta-da! All right. That's one to do to done. So now let's see if we could track down where that beguiling intel is. Let's see. Content, going live, checking out, setting up advanced robot controls. Oh, hey, did you know that I was live? There we go. So now we will scrub to, oh. Let's see. Hopefully I kept all of us on camera. And I think I even talked through my logic on everything. Yeah. Okay, so this was program preview. And then turbo was where I needed to tweak individual things. I think I gave up on... no, I eventually put the program on top. And then, oh, that's right. That's when I came up with the names. We had Quirk, Whelp, Meep Moop, and Ugh. And they didn't behave the way they normally do. Today, everybody was good except for Whelp. Push Button asks, is this live? You better believe it. We are live watching me previously live. We're trying to track down information. It's getting real meta up in here. Soon you'll be able to watch me assemble a cut live of a remix of a remix. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Okay. So at one point, I did have this all set up to scroll all the way through. And I originally had this where it would just scroll through cameras in a loop. But then I later gave that up because I realized that I just wanted to be able to scroll from one side to the other. And the button should jump. There should be basically pit stops at 5 and at 10. But what I don't know is what I put in the turbo mode. Well, this turned out very useful. I should, oh, yes, yes. An archive of the blessed structure. This is what's missing right now. This is what I'm going to have to reconstruct. Okay. It's going to be a lot. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? Let's hey, Rocky. Not gonna lie, Rocky. That occurred to me as I put it on there. Partly, I don't know. Good titles kind of speak at multiple levels, and it occurred to me that if this is what it takes to get a Rocky L in the room, then so be it. It turns out that what I had lost was all of my presets. But I did lose all of them thanks to a power surge and the subsequent troubleshooting hiccups that had to go through. I'm going to take a photo of this screen. Yeah, I don't love the words engagement bait, but I suppose that's what it is. I think, Rocky, a lot of... I heard once that the definition of clickbait is if you don't deliver what you promise, then it's clickbait. And in this case... Yes, I was aware that some people would read it as YouTube disaster porn, and it is. It is an epic and tragic tale of one central character, a protagonist who was unfairly maligned by the evil forces of ERCOT with an unwarranted power surge, and this poor defenseless man was stripped of the fruits of his labor. It's definitely better than Atlas Shrugged already. It certainly has the same color palette as Atlas Shrugged. Hi, Catherine. Good to see you. Kill King 110. I agree. I should have a UPS. In fact, I thought so much that I got 2 of them. But as I mentioned earlier, it turns out they have a shelf life of only 4 to 5 years, and I bought mine 4 to 5 years ago. So I am now dealing with all of this, having done the right thing. But I got to buy 2 more UPSs. Speaking of which, if anybody has a question, I'm told Super Chat is a feature. All funds will go towards me buying an uninterruptible power supply, 2 of them actually, to make sure that this can't happen again. Luckily, I did have a monitor laying around. So I'm never going to programmatically recover from this. I love it, Jason. Okay, let's see. So yeah, this is, by this point, I did have this set up. And then next up, I started deciding what I was going to do on the presets. Oh no, this was the day I just got it started, and then I got called away. I don't think I have anything on the record. I think I just was like, I think literally at this point I said some version of, well, it's kind of boring from here. I'm going to go. Bye, guys. Arg. Yeah, but it was 1 through 10. So first I'm going to have to set up 1 through 10 on that. That's something that'll be tedious, but I can do. It will go faster because now I no longer think of them as bot 1, 2, 3, and 4. They have names and I can recognize their serial numbers now. So thank you very much, BioCow. 5 alternate meetings for UPS. That could be anything from United Parcel Service, uninterruptible power supply, unlikely procreation situation, ubiquitous prophylactic superlative, unimpeachable product support, unfathomable promiscuity secured, unsurmountable pyrotechnic superiority. Ugh. Shh. That's when you know you've run out. Unusual programming solution. UP standing. That's good. I like all of those. I just found out who G. James B is. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I feel like G. James B just doxed himself. It's good to see you, G. James B. Wink. Underwater people smasher. Okay, well, so then the real question is, have I done a video on ancient government website layouts like the FCC? No, please tell me about that. Ancient government website layouts. I actually think that a whole series on YouTube archaeology would just crush. Why, thank you, Catherine. What a treat. 20 Canadian loonies, the superior currency, because they're not even made of paper. No linen. 20 Canadian loonies towards my new UPS. Canada's friends. Thank you, Catherine. You are a sweetheart. So the Yeah. That's awesome. Oh, wow. And Catherine, that was their first super chat on a live stream. That's doubly awesome. Very, very cool. So, okay. Well, let me do this. One of the rules I have for going live is I'm not here to waste anyone's time. Either I'm working or talking with you guys directly. Like, for example, I did leave the cameras on while we were moving in stage flats and cleaning up the place because there are people who dig slow TV events like that. I don't know if anybody's gonna love watching. Sorry, I thought I saw something. Turns out I didn't. I don't know if you guys are gonna love watching me tediously set these things. Or let me put it this way. I know Brian Brushwood well enough to know that Brian will know that a camera is on him. And instead of actually getting done the tedious work of reestablishing all these buttons, future Brian is a real slippery pickle. He's gonna want to talk. Next thing you know, he's gonna come up with shenanigan. Next thing you know, we're all gonna be buying goat milk to affect the futures market using a VPN in Canada. We're not going to do that. I'm going to exercise discipline. I'm going to wrap this stream up and say thank you to everybody who's been here for a long time. Thank you to everybody who is coming back and peeking in. It's going to be a really good time to hop back on board. The channel just had an extraordinary 48 hours. One thing, if anybody wants to be thinking about, is setting up challenges. Usually creates some really good, interesting outcomes. So if you guys want to challenge me on things, we'll figure out what that looks like. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know there was a timer on Super Chats. During Super Chats, I guess... Is the metagame that they're setting up that you get $20 of attention? Because I can go for 20 minutes, Catherine, unless you're letting me off the hook. Dr. Vinny Boombats, very good question. You probably did. I don't know. Turns out 20 years of touring, 20 years of performing, you wear a lot of faces. Oh, Joey, you guys are tempting me. I'll tell you what. I'll meet you guys in the middle. Let me go offline to do the tedious work so I won't feel a responsibility to be in any way entertaining. And yes, Hawk is pointing out the irony of I am now engaging in the same behavior that made this not findable previously. Okay, you guys, fine. All right, let me set up cameras. You guys. I guess I'll take camera 4. All right. Then that means I have to set up multiple shots. That's fine. All of this is fine. Okay, I got to do all this anyway. So let me see about a screen capture. So we do have this up here. And... so I can use that as a workspace. So maybe what I'll do is I'll reconfigure the 3-shot media with... You know what? This is good practice. Fine, you did it. You tricked me into doing my homework. Switch display. Let's make this bot 3. Yeah. That kind of works-ish. Well, actually... let's see, bot 3. Let's go ahead and crop the left side. Sure. Close enough. And that means that I can change this to screen capture 20. Oh, that is one of the things that I needed to fix for hygiene is... I guess instead of desktop, that needs to be We'll rename this one. All right. Yeah, the audio is quiet. That always weirds me out to the like I don't know. That used to be a hygiene thing that I tried to be better about before, was not just blurting things out to the void, because if you watch this out of context, like it's not at all clear that there's a chat room. I mean, nowadays the chat does get recorded side by side, which is another thing that I think YouTube does very, very well. But I always try to restate whatever the question is that somebody's talking about, so that in the future it's not just me barking strangely. Okay, come on. What are you doing? 691. Oh, wait. No, I don't want to pan. There we go. We'll crop. That's a fine shot. That's an accurate representation of what I'm working on. And so now I'm going to save. So if you guys notice some of the different file names that I've done, I did a whole bunch of, I labeled them all Icarus. Icarus this, Icarus that. And turns out to be true. But now I can actually, let me see if I can search. Before I start rebuilding, yeah, Icarus bots 2/5/2025. That would have been the last one. Unless Stream Deck. Yep, there's one on 123. And there's one on 214. And then we're all the way up to now. What a boner bummer. God, I'm almost certain that I had backed it up, though. But it sure doesn't look like it. Rocky L says that's not what's being shared. Help me out here. What do you mean? Okay. All right, we're back to we're doing slow TV. I could stay on task. I'll show you. But I will need to move this stuff up here so you guys can see what we're doing. Oh, that's right. So let me do this. Can I copy a shot? Duplicate? I want to duplicate a shot. I want to duplicate a shot. Shot. You know what? Let me ask my boss. I'm in vMix and I have a shot that I like that I want to duplicate. What's the easiest way for me to do that?
In vMix, the easiest way to duplicate a shot is to right-click on the input you want to duplicate and select Duplicate Input. This will create an exact copy of the shot.
Yeah,
including
okay,
all its
I don't think that's true. I just right-clicked, and the only thing it shows is reset.
Got it. To duplicate a shot in vMix, you'll need to select the input you want to duplicate. Go to the Add Input menu at the bottom left. Select Local Desktop Capture or Video, depending on your source. Choose the same source or file to create a duplicate input. If you need to duplicate an input settings, you can save it as a preset.
No. Okay, all right. Let me make this clear. I've got a layout, a 3-shot layout that I like, and I just want to modify it to make another shot. How do I duplicate this shot so I can do that?
Got it. To duplicate a shot in vMix, follow these steps. Go to the Inputs tab. Right-click on the input you want to duplicate in the input list. Select Add Input, space Local, space Existing Input.
What the heck are you even talking about? That is not even a thing. Yeah, all right. Forget it. We'll just do this. There's got to be a way to duplicate this. Don't make me Google it like an old man. Oh, hi, I'm here to duplicate a shot. Super helpful, guys. Kevin, I'm using vMix. Virtual input. Go on. An opportunity to learn, you say? No, I don't see virtual input. Copy from. Oh. Oh, look at what we got here. Here we go. Watch this. I'm going to do a little add input. And I'm going to make it a, I don't know, let's say a color. Here, I'll show this to you guys in just a second. There we go. Make it a color. And I'll say okay. And then I'm going to right click on this color. I'm going to cog wheel on this color. And I'm going to say copy from. Copy everything from. What was it that I said I liked? 3-shot media? Oh, I did it. I did it. I did it. Did it. Did it. I did it. I did it. Did it. Did it. And so now I'm going to rename this. Hold on. This one we'll call it Close Up Studio Work. I don't know why I hit enter, because you don't have to hit enter, because apparently nothing needs to be saved nowadays, which is very strange for me. I have lost enough work that it never stopped seeming terribly important to, let's see, bot 4. Here we go. And I guess, what, bot 1? Sure. Yeah, that'll do. And now, oh, hello. Now we get a sense of space. And I can, oh, you know what? Really, I should swap these. So we'll do this. We'll make this one bot 2. This one bot 4. No, that shouldn't be bot 2. That should be bot 1. A bot 1. And we'll make this one bot 2. That works. And now we can... Ugh, still so irked. But this is fine. This is good. This is doing the reps. Look at us. We're doing the hard work. Yep. Future Brian, are you happy now? Yes, I am, Brian. What? A ghost from the future? I don't understand. Oh. Oh, that's right. I'm going to have to redo all these focus settings. There we go. All right. Okay, so we begin with shortcuts. Oh, now I really want to. That's fine. Is a temptation to want to OCD everything there. Stay on target. So instead, let's go to settings, shortcuts. My goodness. Look at that. Look at that joyous free space. Let the tedium begin. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Don't want to. Look at that horse. The big bushy teeth. Okay, so now, that's right. So now it's settings, shortcuts. This is actually the awkward shit that I don't want to do, is looking dumb on camera. One of the worst frustrating things is tech support by mob rule. Okay, so we are going to let it begin. This time for real. Step 1, watch this. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swap these because I remember for sure I did that. And well, should I start all the way from the beginning? There's no chance that the profiles got saved to the cloud, is there? That's not a thing, is it? The Spy's Guide to Office Espionage. That sounds great. Let me jot down a note. Spy's Guide to Office Espionage. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I saved them. Yeah. At some point, I believe, Nick, with the C, it got saved. I don't know. I assume it got saved to the C drive because I did. Hey, Aiden. Aiden, somebody just recommended a book, so I jotted it down. We're on the hunt to consider, before I rebuild all the profiles, to think if there was maybe some place they got saved. before. You know what, Nick with the C? There's a non-zero chance it got backed up to the cloud, but then I'd have to start mucking around with OneDrive. Oh, yeah, Daxter. If I did save it and you can spot it, that would be amazing. I guess I should find out how and where. I suppose this is an okay gamble. Let's do. Where do. There you go. Oh, crap. Elgato Stream Deck. You know what? There's a non-zero chance I backed it up to... Okay. You know what? The fastest way for me to check would be to actually walk over and see. Hold on. I'll be right back. This is a good lead. Good job, guys. All right. Well, it looks like the backup that I did, that I put on the big backup, I did not copy the C drive over. Found it, but it's cut. In Daxter, found something. The main thing, Daxter, would be if you know when I did that save. Chapter 16, which means, do you know what date that would be? Oh, I guess I'm literally looking at it right now. What a piece of work I am. Oh, that's right. I can't switch while this is happening. This was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I think I saved it just to the wrong place. It'll be faster to just redo it. Unfortunately. Okay. So, where were we? That's right, making shortcuts. So let's just go. Let's just go. So in that case, why don't I do this? I got one more. We'll talk more about this, but Stephen Pressfield his work is fantastic. His book, The War of Art, Nobody Wants to Read Your Shit, The Authentic Swing, they're all great. One of my favorite things that he does is he talks about between you and your artistic goal is capital R resistance, and he treats it like it's an all-knowing demon that is out to get you and is out to muck with your chance to make a dent in the universe. And he means it. Let's see. This is he actually literally says a prayer to the muse every time. This should be bought. bot 1. There it is. Okay. Yeah, that'll do ish. Hey, cool. In fact, let me take. There. Are you happy, future me? So we'll start with bot 1. So kill this. Now we're going to head into settings. We're going to do shortcuts. And the process couldn't be simpler. We're going to find this button. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm going to encode a little bit of info in here. So I'll find this first button. Okay. And then function. Previously, I'd done 10 millisecond wipes. I'm going to make all these cuts. Wait. Why would it be a 1 second cut? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, cut just means swap program. Okay. So it has to be take on a particular source. Whoops. Learning. We're all doing it. I started to get into scripting right before. It was really cool. Now, wait a minute. Why would this work? If that's not on there. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. I guess because it vanished. I guess I didn't save it. Learning. We're all doing it. Shortcuts. There we go. So we're going to add a shortcut. It will be this first button. Its job will be to be a, we'll say fade, 10 milliseconds, input, bot 1. Mix, title, thumbnail. Go for it. Hey, look at that. That's one. And on we go. Add, find, press the button, go, fade, 10 milliseconds, input, bot 2, display, thumbnail. And that's 2. Add. Welcome to Introvert's Corner Hour. A quiet, chill time. Unfiltered, unmitigated bullshit. Unlike that highly refined bullshit. Oh, probably should have pressed a button there. See, you guys caught me trying to think about making something interesting happen, and my mind wandered away from the real work. I'm not victim blaming. I'm just saying it's you and your fault, and that I'm the real. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And if I remember correctly, let's start with this guy. This guy became go-to 10. Ugh, I have to make 10 pages. That's whatever. That'll be future. No, a faster way would be... Okay, and I'll wait for that. Oh, okay. Hold on. Here's an advantage. Okay, hold on, hold on. Okay, maybe this is a great opportunity, actually. Because now that I know what I know, I can begin with the ending in mind. So first of all, let me start with this. They put the profiles in the weirdest dumb shit. Look at this. You have to know, it takes me forever to find this, and I'm saying this out loud so it cements in my mind. You have to go to settings. You have to know, there's nowhere on here does it say import or export profile. You have to know to hit this caret down here. Duplicate, rename, copy, import, export, backup all. Wait, is there a restore from backup? I guess I'll at least see what this was. Yeah, screw it. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff just came back. And I lost a bunch of stuff. Whoops. I guess 6 of one, half dozen another, question mark? Oh, I don't want to have to set up the bots again. I really don't want to have to set up the bots again. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is that really the latest backup? Restore from backup. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the latest one. What a bumbler. Stream Deck profiles backup. Let's see if maybe, just maybe, this ended up on some strange part. There's those two, yeah. Wouldn't that be neat if that showed up there? That would have been neat. Okay. Wait, Stream Deck assets. Oh. Wait. Wait. vMix shortcuts? CONF? Hold on. What was that, Trixie Vixen? Great Night Shots. Oh, edited last year. Blah, blarg. But .config appears to be the vMix thing, and that's what I'm missing. It's a bunch of these shots. So I wonder if I can... star.config in D. What do you got? Functioning 2025 config. Well, that is very promising indeed. Oh, that's very promising. Oh, less promising. Great night, pretty sure. Great night, Hobbs bot. Oh, past Brian. You slavey. Okay. Well, if we're doing this, might as well build it clean. Just for grins. Yeah. So now the question is on this Stream Deck stuff. Well, there's a lot more of the stuff. Default Icarus bots. How do I grab this? Wait. Wait. Oh, what have we here? This is where I ended up that stream. Oh, there's profiles within profiles. Okay. Daxter was right, everybody. Cheer for Daxter. If I had a Stream Deck set up, I could play cool buttons. I could play sound effects. Like that. Content ID. I hope I am drowning that out. There we go. Hells yeah. Hails yeah. All right, so now where does that take us? So we got this. Yeah, okay, so we do this, we do this, we do this, and we do this. Well, now we're getting somewhere. All right. Oh, that's fantastic. So I guess what I want to do is I just want to keep on. So Stream Deck Plus. Okay, so first of all, we have the whole profile of everything. We eventually are going to do all this stuff. Oh, that means my mobile. Why is mobile like this? Mobile. Whoa. I guess mobile has changed. Mobile continues to be the way it was. But now I guess you can have a whole lot more buttons on your phone if you want. Okay. And there we got. Okay. So we have not lost everything. Just most of everything. Whoo! 3 cheers for Daxter! I'm going to celebrate by going to the bathroom. That's the problem with having all that coffee. Yeah. Me. Here. I'll just, I'll do that. Oh, God. I feel like that was so much progress all at once. I need a refractory period. Give me a moment. I literally just can feel it. Well, I figuratively feel like my milk's come in. All right. Okay, so I'll just build this out, and you guys can remind me to, once everything is set, I'll put it in a very safe place, separate from the OS. And I am certain, you know what? I know I backed up the shortcuts, and I don't think there's a downside to having a bananas number of shortcuts. Is there? On vMix? I'm debating whether or not I should actually set everything up, or if I'd be better off. Yeah. Hey, Mateus. We are recovering from the loss of a whole bunch of Stream Deck profiles on account of a power surge, and the ensuing RANFU. That's the clinical term for random fuckage. Hi, Judith. Yeah, we are okay. We're better now. That's for dang sure. We're recovering all of the shortcuts and the Jeep jumps to the Cleep Clops. And I am assessing the risk reward ratio of whether I should just rebuild all of the shortcuts myself, or I think I am going to try pulling in that config file if I can figure out how to do it with vMix. So let's do this. If I go to settings and I go to shortcuts and I go to import, functioning 2025 config, date modified, it says January 2nd. Oh. Yeah, then it's going to import everything, though, and I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, I'm just going to rebuild it. It'll be fine. Although I am confused as to where the stuff I just added went, since let's see what happens if I import functioning 2025. Well, that's not right at all. Whoops. Shit. Ah. Oh, wait. Actually, that was right. Just outdated. I see where those go now. Probably can't undo it. Here, I guess I'll import. Okay. Yeah, all right. I at least see what we're going for with that. And I can, let's just go ahead and we'll put space up at the top. We'll kind of ignore all these. Actually, bot 1, bot 2. You know what? Actually, forget them. Remove them all. We're starting from the top, people. Okay, so add. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Getting back to brass tacks. Here we go. Fade 10 milliseconds. Bought one. Thumbnail. One down. What is this restart thing? That can't be right. Okay. Okay, well, those are working. I wonder what changes aren't implemented. Okay, so we got the first four, and then over here. Yeah, we'll go through these. Just work our way down. feel like I had something smarter on this one. If you, oh no, I set it up with the Torbrenner video. Oh man, Daxter, I don't know if you want to go on another bug hunt, but I'm certain that on the Torbrenner video, I think I had shown some kind of clever nested advanced input thing. Yeah. Oh, Dexter, you found where we got the advanced tab on the previous one. I'm almost certain in the how to make a Torbrenner video, I think like in the initial setup right before I leave and put Ryer in charge of everything, I believe I showed off some of the advanced tabs buttons. I don't know if I did it on camera. At the very least, you can see it. But if you could find that section for me, then we can look at that, and that'll enlighten me as to what Past Brian set up, so I can get close to matching that. But that's only if that's fun for you to hunt down. That's a lot of bots. What was I thinking here? I think these were clever shots of some variety. Well, here, I could go ahead and just pick one now. Could make this yield quad. Hey, Ox the Mighty says, howdy, Brian. I got my mystery box in the mail the other day and was so happy with it. I'm still deciding on what to do with the picture, but it was a really cool box. Oh, that's fantastic. I don't know, Ox, if you were around earlier. I was talking about the interesting challenge of putting those together because and making sure that everybody knew exactly what everything was. In a previous mystery box, I watched an unboxing video and somebody didn't know that the lottery trick was a magic trick. And so just was like, oh, fake lottery tickets, and tossed them to the side. And it was like, no! Woo! Hey, Zan, I'm glad you liked the I'm coming in now. Boy, Deviant was on fire for that whole shoot. It was great. All right. Fade, and then we'll make this, I like the media 3-shot. 3-shot media. Oh, I forgot to, look at that. I get a little bit distracted. All of a sudden I forget to do the whole thing. And then cool. Ooh, corn pond telephone. That's pretty good. I think that's a good point. I think sometimes I should remove my glasses to make a salient point. Unfortunately, I'm completely blind without my glasses, but maybe that's the point. Maybe that's where we want to be with this. It's a good addition to the style guide. Something to consider. Yeah. Oh, right on, Marco. Good to see you. Okay. Thanks, Daxter. I appreciate you checking on that. All right, so now the question. Oh, I guess I should do a navigation thing. Yeah, that's right. So I think this. So I think 5 jumps to 10 and 10 jumps to 5. So then what that gives us is yeah, I don't think I think I gave up on these jumping to turbos. I don't remember what I did instead though. I guess we could start assembling turbos. All right, so basic turbo. And I do believe thanks, Ox the Mighty. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I don't remember what I put down in this part. Well, we'll just, you know what? I'll do it. I do remember figuring out eventually that it became pretty clear what was and was not a good idea. Adjust webcam? No, hold on. No, there was 2. Yeah, set webcam. Okay, so 1 is going to be whelp. Okay, so we don't want to adjust. It'd be set webcam. Whelp. Wait a minute. Is this webcam number 1's color scheme? Yeah, I guess it is. That used to be 3, but now it's remapped. Oh well. Okay. So 1 basic, 1 turbo. This should not be adjust, it should be set. Oh, you know what? Now I think about it, I think I had it set where it wasn't 3 shots, it was 2 shots. And I think I took out on the basic setup, I think I took out autofocus. Well, yep, that looks all correct. All right, we'll figure this out. And we'll do it together. Start with whelp, property. Yeah, we could just do preset position 3. Copy, paste, paste. Change this to 1. Change this to 2. You know what? We can test this real quick. Take bot 1. Let's go ahead and say, oh, actually, we'll take where we are. Set this as go to 1. Okay. And then take bot 1. Do something crazy, bot 1. Why don't you zoom all the way out? And we'll call that position 2. And then then bot 1, why don't you go looping around? And we'll call that position 3. So now, if I did it right, I'm like, hey man, back to 1. What? Oh, that worked out pretty good. Get out of here. Okay. No, come back, you. You lovable scamp. Oh, whelp. You're just the nuttiest. You're always zigging around, zagging, saying yes, no, interrupting yourself. Classic whelp. All right. And then I would love it if the sub-properties would copy over, but I don't think they will. So the shortest path is going to be set webcam. Set webcam. So this is 2, which means it's got to be UG. And we'll do preset. We'll do position 1. And then we figured out that the minimum number of keystrokes is like this. We'll do 2. Then we'll do 3. And then we'll test. Now, why is 3 grayed out like that? That's odd. Maybe that's a matter of what's in the queue or not. So let's try this. Let's go to bot 2. We'll take where we are. We'll go bot 2. Turbo. Hold. This is 1. Oh, let's see if this is a real human. No, it's spam risk. So bot 2, let's go. Why don't you go nutty? You can zoom in on that logo. Whoa. There we go. And let's go to turbo. That'll be your 2. Boop. So now, and then 3. Oh, wait. Oh, so this just informed something. So just now, naturally, I got frustrated because I wanted to go back to basic, which tells me that what I have to do is take this one. Actually, bot 2 basic, copy, put it here. And likewise, I got to take this one, put it here. Let's do this. We'll just do. We'll pretend we're looking at that. We'll set this to 3. Hey, so now go to 1. Go to 2. And go to 3. I wonder if presets, do you think it allows you to turn off and on the autofocus and stuff? Let's play with that on the next one. Okay. So bot 3. Bot 3 is meep moop. Preset position. Thank you, Daxter. Thank you for your service. Mark, I will definitely do that. I didn't do that before because I knew there was so much cruft on there. I knew that I would have to nuke the OS at some point. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Oh, well. So let's try this then. We'll take the current and we'll make that preset 1. Now, oh, bot 3 is, here, let's do shy mode. That'll be 2. So we can take program on that and we can say, hey man, give me the real goods. There you go. Now, okay, this will be interesting. So let me see. Right now it's an auto. Okay, so let's see. So that's in focus. What if we made this 3? And then what if we made, oh, hold on. What if we made this 2? So here we can find out if focus settings change. They do not. Although zoom does change. Let me see. If I make this 3, whether or not that gives us anything. Nope. Yeah, so focus stays the same. That's good to know. By the way, guys, the new Tales 2 videos are coming out, and it's extraordinary. It's going to be a game-changing. Oh no. I'll show you. Would you get out of here, mister? Actually, no. You know what? I don't have to get out of here. I could just go to advanced and go back. Look at that. Good job, past me. I did it again. That's going to be that's the corn pone. Yep. I guess that's what it is. Mm-hmm. All right. So what do I want to work on next then? Music. Always go back. Turbo. I guess that's what we're doing. So if we're on 4, then that's going to be Quirk. That's right. So 5 is home. Yeah, I think that works. So 5 becomes home. No matter where I am, that takes me home. You know, one thing I would like, see, because I'm right-handed, they should be home. I agree that that makes sense. But I wonder if the left hand, this button should be program switch. Like the cut between the two. So what would that look like? That would look like we wouldn't go straight to turbo. This would become a vmix shortcut. And so I'd have to set up this shortcut here. I'd add this. So the visuals there. So this way. Yeah, that's what this should be. Okay. So these guys, if I want a single camera, I can do it. And then this one would be if I'm talking and it's just a back and forth. And then this one, I can set up a script, or I can make it between another two. Interesting. So would it be a script? Well, oh, no. Here's what I do. I got it. Oh, this is great. This is really great. Okay, so check this out. Let's go with this guy. This guy becomes a vmix. And this guy. .21 color. Also, let me change 21 color to bones shot, because the reason 21 color is set up this way is so that we get 2 over-the-shoulder shots, and then an episode of the bones, it's very easy for anybody, because you'll have both cameras, anybody can carve this out and make a vertical video shot and cut back and forth between me and Justin. Not just me, but anybody at home. So this is the one I want. So that means I have to go back to settings. I have to go to shortcuts. Add. Find this one. What was the name? It was 21 color. That's right. Okay. Okay. And then this color one, I'm going to change the name to, I'll just call it Bones for now. Okay, so now, oh, this is delightful. So now the main page, I've got individual one shots, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can just back and forth. This is cut to preview. This guy can take me to the Bones 2 shot. And this third one naturally has to become this media. This 3-shot media one. So I get 3 slots. Yeah, that works. Oh. Oops. Caught my mind drifting. Oh, what is going on here? All right, so if I did this correct, what I can now do is I can take individual shots for the 4 people. And let's say I go to this one and there's 2 of us. And now I don't want to pick the shots back and forth again. I don't want to have to go left, go right. I just want to hit one button and I can keep going back and forth. Yeah, because I'm right-handed. I would love to be able to do it over here, but I don't think that's in the cards. But you know what? There'll be a left-handed button pad too. But now, and then I can take it back to this. Hey, well, now we're talking. And then this I could do. Oh, but I do have to go back here. So now that I've selected the shot, I can toggle back and forth. But if I want to get at those other shots, I do have to go out over here. Yeah. Pretty sneaky, sis. Oh. Okay. I could make a script. I could make a script so that the scroll wheel sets an A shot and a B shot. Oh my God. Hold on. I just realized there's a display on here, which means I don't know why I didn't think of this. Okay. So look at this. If we go here, I don't know why I didn't do a thumbnail on here. Watch the thumbnail on. Oh my God. That's amazing. All right. And then, yes, of course, I skipped the thumbnails because I thought, well, it's not like you can see it. But of course, it's like you can see it. Thumbnail. Okay, so now I can make a script. Oh, that would be tasty. I can make a script that would allow me to cycle through shots and then take whichever one. Oh, like twist a knob to cycle through a bunch of shots. So what would that look like? Neelish, yeah, I think it's a great idea to go back and revisit Everyday Carry. So what I want to see is whether or not there's a native function. So find. Okay, so the script would be okay. I'm gonna have to consult with my tech wizard.
Hello, how's it going?
Shush you cheeky chap. Listen, I need in vMix to working with a Stream Deck. I want to figure out a way for basically, I don't know if this would require a script or if it's a shortcut that would be built in, but what I want is for a button to advance in the preview window through the shots. So if I keep hitting the same button, each time I hit it, it goes from input 1 all the way to the max inputs and then back to 1 and cycles +1, +1, +1, all by hitting the same button. Is that possible without a script, or do I need to make a script?
vMix has a built-in shortcut feature that can do exactly that without needing a script. You can assign a button on your Stream Deck to cycle through inputs in the preview window. Just create a shortcut using the next input function and specify the range of inputs you want it to cycle through.
Okay, let's work on that. So, where do I find where would I find that?
To set up the next input function in vMix, open the settings, go to the Shortcuts tab and click Add. Choose Function, then select Next Input from the list. Assign the shortcut to your preferred button on the Stream Deck and set the input range. Once saved, pressing the button will cycle through the inputs. If you need more detailed steps, let me...
Okay, there is no next input. There's next item, next picture, next playlist entry, and next title preset. Also, yeah.
My mistake. For cycling inputs in vMix, you can use the Set Active Input function. Assign a shortcut to your Stream Deck button and choose Set Active Input with the input parameter set to Next. This will advance through your inputs each time you press the button. If you need further help, just let me know.
What was that? What was that? You said set active what?
I mentioned setting the Next Input function. In vMix, this function cycles through your inputs in the preview
Yeah,
window.
okay, you're losing it. Yeah, okay. So at some point you have to say, hey, knock it off, switch models, search online, find me the right answer. So now it's actually checking with human things. Assign a dynamic input. Go to Settings Shortcuts, create a new shortcut for the key or button, got it. Set dynamic input 1. For value, put input 1. Okay, well first, I guess first thing I have to do is Okay, so what I could do, oh, this would be metal. What I could do is I could set dynamic input on the clickable buttons and write a script that I could basically have 3 shots. Oh, this would be interesting. Okay, let's try this one from scratch. And I will Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's try this here. I'm going to pause this for a second on the music because I don't want to confuse it. Let's actually go to GPT land. Boop. And let me log in. Ah, crap. I guess I'll do it via phone. So I'm going to do 4.5. Okay. And I'll say deep research and I'll dictate this one. I'm working within vMix with a Stream Deck Plus. My goal is on knobs 1, 2, and 3. I have action triggers set. What I would like is a solution using shortcuts or possibly a script such that each of the first 3 action triggers work in the following way. If I twist the knob to the right, each knob should have its own preview in the middle. Sorry. Let me clarify. If each action trigger is pressed, it should take the shot that it's set on. But I would like the shot to be a dynamic input that can be changed by twisting the knobs left and right to cycle through various shots. Ideally, I could look down at the Stream Deck Plus, see program previews for the 3 action triggers, and simply twist knobs to set up those individual program shots so that they would be taken upon clicking the button. We'll see whether or not that landed. To clarify your request, it's got questions. How many shots should each knob be able to cycle through? Is it a fixed number or is it to be dynamically set? Do I want visual feedback on the Stream Deck Plus screen? Should it display thumbnails or just text labels? Okay. Should the preview in the middle update? Yeah. Yeah, okay. We'll go in order. Yes, the knobs should wrap around, loop back to the first shot. If there is vMix shortcuts only that works, that would be great, but I am not opposed to doing some scripting with your assistance. The preview in the middle should update with a thumbnail. In fact, I already have it set up so the thumbnails show up in the preview in the middle. And I would like the visual feedback on Stream Deck Plus. Ideally, as I twist the knobs, it would show what I'm headed into, twisting to the right or to the left. We'll see. We'll see whether or not that made sense. It's really fascinating that essentially by doing a word salad, you're able to get the idea across. Okay, so it is doing homework right now. So we'll wait for a bit. That would be fantastic. What a solution that would be. Thank you, Catherine. Hey, Preston, how are you? Chris, yep, that was ChatGPT. Chatty G. Hello, just a person. So far, so good. We started off looking pretty grim. We lost all of our settings on account of having to do an OS reinstall, but we were able to recover some of it. And now we're using this opportunity to begin with the ending in mind and set stuff up in a superior format. I guess once this gets set up, pretty much everything can run off of one Stream Deck Plus, and then that means I can clone the Stream Deck Plus both here and at the table. That'd be great. That'd be really great. Kevin, yes, the discussion has included the fact that once we crack this, we're going to back it up immediately. Everything was saved. It just, unfortunately, it's saved to the OS drive, which we will not make that mistake again. Congrats, Preston. Let's see. Okay, this guy's still peeking. I'm going to use that opportunity to, I may get a snack. I'm going to run to the restroom. BRB. This segment brought to you by Wild Protein Chips. Please keep making them. Everybody buy them so that they don't get taken away from me. And by the mute button so you don't have to hear Brian eating Wild brand chips. Hey, brain problem, BP. What happened was we had a power surge that necessitated an OS wipe, and unbeknownst to your boy, all of the Stream Deck and vMix shortcuts were all on the OS drive, not on the data drives. So we have to make it happen. Yes, Joey Kirkland, they're available at your local HEB. They're in the vitamin aisle because it's as though they want to not let us have nice things. They're buried along with health foods. You know, awesome chips in the vitamin aisle. What are you doing, HEB? You're killing me. I meant to tweet this, but it's very difficult to embarrass yourself while alone. The one surefire way I've found to embarrass oneself alone is to discover that you have started chewing on the silica packet, which has the exact same texture as the chips. In fact, I make I make it a game to find the silica packet as soon as possible. Yeah, the Wolf, I'm with you. I mean, the serrated edges go top to bottom, so it doesn't seem to want to be open across the top, which I think is actually, if that's an intentional design choice, that is brilliant design, because this is a superior, like holding a bowl. You don't have to dig your fingers way down deep to get at the chips. And man, GPT is doing his homework. All right, here's what it came back with. Um, Knob rotation, scroll through shots. It will scroll through a predetermined list of vMix inputs, my camera shots, right? Turning right goes to the next shot. Turning left goes to the previous shot. If you go past the end, it wraps around to the beginning and vice versa. It's not built into vMix, so we'll do a script in the dynamic shortcuts. Knob press is take shot live. Yep. It will trigger the currently selected shot. Typically, this means performing a transition. Yep. As you turn the knob, the selected shot is loaded into vMix's preview window, so you can see a live thumbnail video of it. Maybe I should amend it. Well, it already wrote the script. Oh. Yep. Okay. Question. Is it necessary to update the selected take shot on the knob to the preview window. It seems like that is an unnecessary step if the thumbnail displays which shot is selected. Did you guys ever play, what was the game where it was a tactical strategy game, Syndicate? Was it Syndicate? With the trench-coated robots, and you'd have a shotgun, and when you clicked on it, it would go selected. Yes. Skip the preview part. Okay. Refining the solution. Hey, Gwenfro. Oh, thank you so much. That is really great to hear. Yeah, G. James B, you'd know if you had a roommate who played Syndicate, because you'd hear those same sounds. Apologies if you guys are, I don't know, maybe I'm doing a mukbang thing. Maybe someone out there loves this fact. Oh, right on. Very cool. We're down to, that was word coming in. We got 30 left on the mystery boxes. Woo! Yeah, Gwenfro, we're going to let GPT cook here and see what kind of solution it comes up with. That'd be pretty awesome. Oh, you know what? In the meantime, I'll go ahead and I'll properly log in so I can copy paste all this stuff. Hmm. Thank you, just a person. All right. Yep. Okay. Got it. Yep, got it. Got it. Yep. That's great. Oh man, this is dope. All right. Yeah, isn't it crazy, Gwen Pro? All right, so let's start with that first part. What are we doing? Why are... Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so... Yep, we got action triggers on all three of these guys. And so what we'll do is we will... Yeah, that's fine. Here we go. So instead of cut, we're going to do what it says and do a dynamic one. Yep. Cut. Scroll to the top of the input list. Function cut to input. Oh, that's amazing. Look at this. It's working. Dynamic one. And then, actually, we'll do a 10 millisecond fade just so they're all the same. 10 milliseconds, dynamic 1. 10 milliseconds, a dynamic 2. A 10 milliseconds, a dynamic 3. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. There you go, dynamic 3. Okay. And I guess I'm giving up dynamic 4 so that this can act as navigation menu. Does that make sense? All right. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so then what's next? Got it. These will be placeholders. Wait. Yeah, we have that. Wait, I already did all this. I did all of this. Prepare scripting for cycling shots. Okay. All right, so now we're going to the scripting tool. We're going to add one. Dynamic, whoops. Knob shots. Let's see. Okay. Shots. Sure. Do I just keep on going? Do I have to actually write? I bet there's some programming mojo that would spare me this. We'll just take it through. Oh, actually, yeah, I don't want 5. I would want to skip to 6. 10. 11. 12. 16. 17. We'll see if that works. Damn good shots count. Got it. Nope. List is not defined. Okay. Huh. Thanks, Gwenfro. Yeah, it's wild to know the basics of basic and to be able to read enough of this to like. It's definitely trying to make calls to functions that aren't native to vmix, and just like just like Dolly is able to pretty much make a hand, it just gets confused on the fingers. That's what it seems to be on the. And I don't know how to code, and I don't know anything about this script or anything. But I don't know. It's kind of fun to. Here we go. So this is where it's about to learn that that it's making calls that it can't do. Here we go. I wish I could just copy paste this, but. This is also one of my favorite things is seeing that cliche of like, I think there's a Rick and Morty episode where he's opening up something and you just see the other files. It's like so-and-so final. Then it's like final. Then it's final. Then it's final for reals this time. Like you'll see it do exactly that in its names for all this stuff. That's interesting. Did it do 2? We'll just see. Okay, so let's start with this one. No. So I'll show you one of my favorite moves when we get to this level where it just keeps. Yeah. Why, thank you, Gwenfro. Whenever you're dealing with complex systems, normally I think of them as toddlers. You learn to. ChatGPT is actually really good at engaging in that metacognition, and it's funny because everybody keeps being surprised that it acts flummoxed by itself. But there was one. I think I did a pretty clever thing. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. No, I don't want to see old sad posts. How do you see current posts? Huh. Anyway, basically, I did a 4.0 and a 4.5, or a 4.0 and a 4.5 prompt. In a 4.0 prompt, if you ask for like an emoji of a seahorse, it'll just get caught in a loop. It's like, it's this. No, that's not it. It's this. No, it's not that. And then whereas 4.5, it'll say, here's a crab. The reason I did that is because there is no seahorse emoji. See you, James B. I could talk. Hey, Mystic Wolf. Yeah, this seemed to take a minute before. We can peek in and see how the analytics are doing. There are these great moments of understatement where it'll where the YouTube analytics will hit you with something like this, where it'll be like, Hey man, you're looking good. Your channel's views were slightly higher. G James B, I believe it is a vMix thing, specifically because vMix has an HTML mode. You could do it takes the thumbnails from the web preview and just maps them onto the buttons. So here's a little tidbit for you guys. When you, there we go. So when a video pops, it's tempting to just watch that one video pop. I actually don't love the feeling I get when very clearly one video is being algorithmically pushed. You can usually identify it because, like it's clearly throttled-ish or whatever, like it's reaching a certain segment of a certain audience. So look, I mean, don't get me wrong. It is absolutely fantastic that this one is popping. It's nothing less than great. But rather than just gawk at this one, because I know I'm going to lose this, so what I'll do is I'll sort by, and this is the big thing, because what it seems to be is each little individual unit of story goes out and it gets judged in the marketplace of ideas, and then it finds its place in terms of like what I think of as like stud outreach content. Like, for example, out of everything that we've ever done, some of the shorts have been smart, some have been dumb, some have been self-contained, others have been parts of other things. Like the all-star, the GOAT is this one, the how to flip the bird while wearing gloves. It is total brain rot. All it does is it's me and Jason flipping the bird at each other. But it's also universal. So you could tell from the comments, they're all, you know, her, I bet she's out cheating, him, you know, this or whatever. And so if you look, you can actually see that when I'm on vacation or out of town or whatever, like when it goes 2 or 3 days without anything being posted, that's when this guy shows up again. Basically, these are reruns. And of course, YouTube is able to track everything everybody has ever watched, so it knows not to show you the same thing again twice unless it thinks that you would like to watch it again. But so this guy was the previous all-star at 33 million, but that's about to be crushed by this new guy. Shorts, wait. There we go. You guys aren't supposed to see this. Whoops. So what I look for is kind of like what's in rotation. So what you're seeing right here is 200,000 people in the last hour have been extended an invite to see what we're up to over here. Of them, it looks like around 10,000 are deciding to follow up and see a little bit more. And so I kind of think of this as like a customer journey. Like imagine you've never heard of a modern rogue before, but this pops on your radar. Maybe you vaguely remember that guy from Scam School or something, but you definitely are happy to find out that this heavily advertised product is garbage like you thought. And then this one is still transactional. Oh, what? I want secret extra cold stuff. And then this is also transactional. Like you could not know who we are and these still have value. Same thing. This is inherently valuable. Everything can stand alone. But hopefully by the time you get through all of these, you begin to notice, hey, wait a minute. There's only one character who's been in all of these. And so these guys are the ones, I want to see everything spread out a lot. Again, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that there's an ambassador out there collecting a lot of folks, but the channel's healthiest when I'm seeing a whole bunch of people fall into the ecosystem. And eventually what you really want is to see those other numbers like the video views and the live stream stuff. Oh, you know what? The let's see. Nope, it's still writing. Oh, that's wild. It's using... That'd be really neat. If this worked, then I could brag about how oh, don't mind me. I've just been vibe coding. That's an old man thing where you just take a word that you heard of last week and you get to say it with a and then that everyone who's under the age of 16 cringes. Actually, everyone under the age of 26. All right. Let's see what you got here. Whoa! I did not expect that. I did not see that coming. Hidden tech, yeah, man. I've been around. The headline shows as far as Istanbul and Indonesia. They once told me, I once asked before going on stage, yeah, how many people are watching this? They're like, about a third. I'm like, of what? Of Indonesia? Well, how many people is that? And they said 200 million. And I'm like, I'm sorry? They're like, yeah, we're live to about 70 million people. And then I walked out and did the show. It was great. They had me back. It was awesome. All right. Let's see. Yep. Add the script. Give it a name. That's fine. Add a shortcut with key control. Yep. Set function to set dynamic value 1 and value to 1. Yeah, okay. All right, I think I'm following this. Save, close. So, actually, copy that, close. See if I can hold it in my head long enough. So let's add. Oh, first I have to come outside to this. We'll go to this and we'll put vmix shortcuts here and here. Okay. Yep. And then we'll do find. We'll say okay. And function, what did it say? No. Set dynamic value, is that what it was? Set dynamic value 1, value 1. Okay. So now what? Set dynamic value 1 minus 1. Okay, so we'll add. Yep. after that one. So we're going to add multiples here. So it's going to fuss at me. Oh. Script start and the name of the script. All right. So great. And then likewise add. Okay. How can I see what the dynamic input? How can I know what the dynamic value is? Well, yeah, this is. Okay, well, so I assume dynamic value well, here. Yeah, I have no way to know. I guess I could make another script that just. This is kind of a silly thing. Here we go. Oh. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Ah, so it is working, but we're getting an error. Yeah, so like if we're up here, yeah, you can see it does it. Actually, Oh no, I think we're in the weeds outside of my understandable. Hey, Hidden Tech. Yeah, man. Now I'm sort of entering. I don't know. It's kind of odd. I spent a lot of time in the trenches, and now I want to spend more time helping other people. You know, kind of telling the story of the story. Yeah, it's really it's tickling at the edge of my mind, Gwenfro. So this chunk looks like. I guess I could. Is that something I could just end, or add in here? Oh. These are examples, I assume. I guess it'd be bot 1, bot 2. Usually right. Listen up, my friend. It ain't clickbait if it's real. We had a power surge and had to reinstall the OS, and I lost a lot of work on the Stream Deck button configurations. And so now you caught up right at the part where we're learning how to script in vMix. Let's see what happens if I do that. See if that gives me anything better. What is the object thing here? So I guess let me look for. Yeah, thank you, Gwenfro. Yeah. Okay. So a bring. Yep. Oh, wow. I guess at some point it remembered that I use Lumix GH 4s, 2s, 4s, and 5s. That's amazing. Shit. This feels like we're in the weeds here. So let me go back. Let's go back to the almost working one. Object reference. Yeah, I don't see the word object in here. What am I missing? So it's giving cycle script error. Object reference not set to instance of an object. Aha. So here in the if, wait, is X message just an example message? This does not appear to be as robust as I was led to believe. you guys ever have that, like, as you're typing stuff, whoops, you're constantly gauging whether or not it would be faster to just stop typing and grab a mouse? Ah, there we go. Hey. So then the shortcuts, the take button would be fade input dynamic 1. What am I missing? This can't. Okay. Now you can see, look at this. You can see as I twist, this guy's triggering. Oh, look at that. It actually works. All right. So, hey, that's neat. So it does the whole script. So I'm affecting dynamic values. So now I just got to figure out this guy in the middle, how to access that dynamic value. Okay. Oh, wait, actually. Output list. Ah, there we go. So it should be bot 1, bot 2, bot 3, and we'll say bot 4. Okay. Cut direct value dynamic input 1. Oh my God, I think we're getting close. Function. Cut direct. Dynamic. It just says dynamic 1. I have to assume that's correct. It's doing something. That's kind of neat. Oh. Well, let's see what happens. Nope. Regex. That doesn't seem good. Let's go back to this working one. Where's my responses? How am I missing it? Ah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I want. Oh, that would have been neat. Oh. Ah. We'll see if it does any illegal calls again. Hey! Change this to... Nope. Is it called dynamic input one? Yeah? Huh. Yeah, it definitely... Oh, sets... Yeah, sets +1. Set dynamic value to 1. Set dynamic value to -1. Script start. Script start. Yeah, that's all correct. I know I'm kind of leading the witness here. I suspect. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Oh, they don't update the preview or program windows. Oh! Well, that'd be a problem. Also, it doesn't look like it's taking. That's interesting. So, in that case, if it's not taking. No. So maybe the function isn't cut. Let's try just a fade. That is definitely not fading to anything. Dynamic one. I mean, yeah, so it does work if I were to do that. Hmm. Maybe? I don't know what that does. Assign shortcut to input number. Sure, see what happens. Nothing. So dynamic input 1 is... So I've not successfully taken dynamic input 1. Oh, Gwenpro is learning about the biathlon. Fun fact, biathlon is the center of the first doping scandal. Part of the reason that you can't take drugs is because I believe it was a Swede or a Norwegian dude in the biathlon had a beer to settle his nerves before was skiing and shooting. Oh man, this siren song is calling to me. I bet out there is a programmer who's losing his mind watching me learn. However, that's par for the course on the Mono Rogue. I think a lot of people hate watched the early days. I certainly, my stomach churns seeing our lack of proper tool safety. Man. So if it's not set dynamic value 1, dynamic 1, it's like I think I understand it, and it seems like everything should work. He says helpfully. I don't know. I think I might be out of steam on this one. I gotta go have a proper meal, guys. I think we've been going for a minute. Not sure what time we started. But I'll take a break and I'll come back. Yeah, Dr. Vile, you're right. I learned a lot. But at the very least, okay, so I'm gonna hold on to this for another day. I'll finish putting all the advanced ones in there. Yeah. All right. Well, heck of an adventure, gang. You did it. You successfully converted a short-term problem into some long-form slow TV. We learned some facts about the biathlon. We learned a bit about programming, vibe coding. We got some behind-the-scenes sneak peeks. Saw a bunch of old friends that we haven't seen for a minute. It's been a heck of a journey, gang. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up now. Whoops. That's the co-host. Ooh. Okay. Well, if any of you guys know what I'm missing when it comes to setting or to program taking dynamic... Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. What if I just did an unrelated... Yeah, hold on. So if I just did this, function, fade, okay, so this has nothing showing up on the preview, which suggests to me that dynamic 1, I wish I knew what dynamic input 1 was. Why can't I just see what it's currently set at? right, so scripting. Ah. Okay. So wait. If I twist this a few. This seems like some hallucinating fake stuff. Oh. 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 Damn it. Final for reals. I love the fact that it spends all the effort. It's so human for it to expend all this energy on explaining why it definitely will work instead of just running it. Oh, look at that. Well, look at this. We definitely... Oh. Yep. Oh, yes, that's great. We got an error. Bot 1 not found. So that means it would be input 1. Yeah, it's probably the same thing that it would say over here, which would be like fade instead of dynamic 3. It would be 1 bot 1. Great. So then that means no. Okay, so would it be input 1? What is this called in script land? Great, great, great. Real answers. Oh. Man, one of my favorite things is that we live in the future. I grew up watching Alien and The Fly, and this is exactly what programming looked like in those. They sat down and they just literally like, did Brundle absorb fly? Negative. Complete genetic recombination at DNA level. Aha. Well, let's see if this works. First, let's first save this known almost working one. And then we'll try your allegedly superior one. There it is. Hey, Soda Guy, 1234. Good to see you, man. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was chatting with Ryan Connolly the other day. We got this. Here, actually, I don't want to tip it. When we met 15 years ago, he answered the phone once, saying my name in a funny way, and just arbitrarily said, "I'm going to answer the phone that way every time you call." And like years will go past, and I'll call, and sure enough, he answers it that same way. He's the real work, man. Okay. Oh, it says no errors. Well, I'm sure that's reliable. What? It was right. I was not prepared for that. Okay. Okay. What? What? Okay. And then now C dynamic 1. Ah. Yep, that is all correct. Ah. That's a good call. I like your style. Good thinking. Oh. Two. Okay. Hmm. Find the GeoID. There we go. Input bot 1. Not found. Maybe I can change that to just one. Huh. Oh, Jesus. Sure. All right. There is no GeoID. Bought one. No mention of GUID, but here's what it does have. The key attribute. All right. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Hey! Wait, you have all this. Actually, before I do this, let me get a proof of concept. Set dynamic one test, edit. Ha ha! Boo. Oh, Jesus. $100% guaranteed to work, people. Buckle up. I think this literally already did this. Sure, why not? I'm about ready to give up. I don't want to. I'll save this over here. 100% guaranteed to work. What a rabbit hole. Yeah, no, you're screwing me around in circles. Yeah, all right. Well, okay. Now I really am frustrated enough to take a break. How did I get sucked into this rabbit hole? Ragafrassin. God, that would be so great, though. That would be so great. By the way, if anybody's wondering, this is pretty much what it's like when those monologue episodes, they're 30 minutes long and a lot of things go wrong. This is everything that you're missing. This stuff. All right. I'll see you guys. Bye, gang. We made good progress. We'll see you. Thank you very much, Gwenfro. You guys are the best. Bye. Bye, Paradise Bob. Bye, Zoe Brings Bacon. Bye, Nick with the C. Yeah, at least I didn't put cocoa powder on a freaking. Oh, you guys are killing me. Bye. Oh, I can't even leave without shutting this all down. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of scripts I have to close. All right. Now, for reals. Bye, gang.